Yo! It'd be good if I actually wasn't muted. But how's it going, folks? What's up? What is up? It is Tuesday. We are doing great. And apparently, news on the interweb, man, has every single overlay just decided to piss me off today. God damn! Ain't that one. But how are we doing, folks? Let's see, which one are you? Not that. Is it this one? Nope. I swear, I don't know what's happened with my PC, but something happened and it's changed every single overlay I have. It's crazy. There we go. We're good. We're good. We are good. So, doing better than Concord, that's for sure. Oh, man. Mate, I was sitting there going, man, I wonder if there's going to actually be any game-breaking news this Tuesday. We're a little light for news today. I wonder how Concord's doing. And then someone sends me a message on Discord going, have you seen this? And I was like, hot damn! What the hell's going on? Mate, that game lasted 11 days. How do you last for 11 days? You know, I feel bad for the developers, but how do you last for 11 days? Oh man, even Yimnis started coming at me. Do you remember Yimnis, X-Volt, and you know, who was the other one? Wooly? Game of the Year material, Concord? Mate. Mate, just look at it this way, right? You need to put this into context, right? This is the thing. You need to put this into context. Because the context is really important, chat. You need to put this into context because Avengers lasted longer than Concord. Right? We're talking Avengers here. Anthem, which, you know, is a game I hold dear to my heart, lasted longer than Anthem. Redfall lasted longer than Anthem. I mean, Concord. What is it? Stadia lasted longer than Concord. Hell, even the Ouya lasted longer than Concord. And ultimately, as we found out yesterday, despite the layoffs, Warner Brothers' Game of the Year, Suicide Squad, has lasted longer and received more updates than Concord. In fact, Suicide Squad has received more updates than Spider-Man, but we won't go there. We won't go to that one, because they are reeling with the Concord. Mate, what was that shooting game? What was that shooter? Ah, Edward, already there, my boy. Already, he had me covered. Crossfire X lasted longer, didn't it? Crossfire X lasted like a few months. Not the 11 days. I feel bad for the devs, but man, I don't know what they were thinking when they built this with 8 years in mind. Come on. How do you do that with 8 years? 8 years! X Defiant is doing bad at the moment. Yeah, X Defiant is doing really, really bad. But you know what? It lasted longer than Concord. Oh crap! How long did Lawbreakers last? Man, we're gonna be speaking about this for days. Where was you when Concord died? Where is that? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Someone just said something. You blame the Series S for Concord? But yeah, that is a massive yikes, man. I mean, I expected Sony to come out and say something. I did. I genuinely did. But not like that. Not like that. Evening Chaos is only 85 here today. I celebrated by cleaning as far as the devs. Oh, shit. Oh yeah, I remember that dev. He gets everything he deserves. He should be thrown out, right? He should be turfed out. Have you heard though? Some of them are actually trying to blame Xbox for this. I can't believe it. Where were you when Concord died? I can tell you, I was sitting right there on the sofa, working my ass away. Hey, Chille, thank you very much for that membership. Can't wait for Concord 2.0, a gun reforged. Yeah, that's not happening, dude. I mean, you saw my tweet, I think. That game needs a complete overhaul. It needs better looking characters. It needs a map overhaul. It needs abilities. It needs to be completely redone. And I don't think Sony's going to give them that time. Hey, thanks a lot. It is the pony way, man. It is the pony way. Look, I'm going to say this up front, right? I do feel for the developers. I do, because some of them put their heart and souls into this. And at some point, they must have realized that this ain't it, right? This ain't it. But they still went with it. And they doubled down on it. And they released something that they knew was going to fail. There's no way that they could have released this and thought it was. But do you know what? Do you know what, chat? Do you know what? Let's not forget Jake Chinatown. Right? Because Jake Chinatown, he gonna play this forever. My dude gonna play this bad boy forever. And yet none of them shut down Buckatoo. But Sony, I mean, for all the people that were saying they were playing the game, Sony didn't even give the game a chance. They were like, nah, bro, this ain't it. This ain't it. This game isn't working. Oh, no, Buckatoo. This is the icing on the cake. I had a different stream entirely planned for today. This is like a gold mine that dropped on my lap. I'm going to take this every step of the way. Because I know every single pony outlet out there would have done exactly the same thing and did exactly the same thing when Halo was delayed. You remember Craig? You remember the outbreak? I guarantee you wasn't out there doing the same thing to them. Oh shit, the new ET. Dude, that's cold. Even ET lasted longer than that one. Don't forget to buy your physical copy. Oh no. Oh shit. COD's Modern Warfare 3 campaign was longer than Concord. Man, I genuinely did not expect Sony to give up on them so soon. I thought Sony would have at least given it a couple of months run. But to shut it down in less than 2 weeks, that's brutal. That is brutal. There was at least enough ET copies sold to fill a pit. This might fill up some bottles. Chille, you're killing them. Stop. You're murdering them. But Booker 2, you know what's not embarrassing? The fact that the Series S lasted longer than Concord. That's what it is. For all the memes and the shatting on the Series S, it still lasted longer. The PS2 did outsell the PS5. 3 times over, actually. I actually don't get that one. Oh yes, Sony is trying to erase all memory of this game. They're like, you know what? I know it's only been out for like 11 days or 12 days. That's it. We ain't letting it make a name for ourselves. Yeah. Where is this? See if this works. It doesn't need to. The PS2 is still outselling everything at 155 million units. Comparing the PS2 is silly. The soon-to-be dethroned King has outsold everything. What are the odds we hear about this game again, like a re-release? E-ranks? I think the developers deserve another shot at it. I think they will have learned from their mistakes and they will come back fighting more. It will be way more Overwatchy than before, and it will be free to play. So if they're given a chance, I think that's where they're gonna go. Man, this Booker 2 is so butthurt. I bet he actually bought like 5 copies of Concord, and now he's like What am I gonna do with these frisbee coasters? I can't even take them back to the shop because no one's gonna take them. Because you know they're physical collectors, right? Man, my dude is so butter. Wait, you're not X-Volt, are you, Booker 2? I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you do. It could have been Last of Us factions, but no, we got Concord instead. Mate, I am so disappointed we didn't get Last of Us factions. That was probably my most looked forward to PlayStation game. As a huge fan of the Last of Us series, like I absolutely adore that series. I like the first one, the second one, and if they make a third one, I'll be there day one. I was really looking forward to factions, like so much. And I was so disappointed. The stuff that I was told about it was really nice, man. It had like real good potential. Oh yeah, Bungie made sure that game didn't exist. Bungie was like, man, if that factions gets made, we ain't ever living this one down. We're out for the count. Then they saw Concord and they were like, yep, that's the one. That's the one that will not outlive us. Let's go with that one. The name rings a bell. The name rings a bell, Booker 2. I think, was you the one today that came and said that you're unsubscribing from this trash? Because someone said that today. But I can't remember the name because I can't actually find the user. Destiny 2 is all but finished. They're going mobile, aren't they? I don't see anything saving them. There's an MBG video? Can you send me a link on X or Discord? Did he really do that? I'm guessing Astro Cyborg must have actually, he must have recorded this. That's literally up his street. Oh, wow. So Christopher Dring is blocking everyone that asks him about Concord. A true pony. Oh, shit. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm not seeing any clip for it, so I don't know where to find it. So earlier today, Christopher Dring was shitting on what is it called? Star Wars, and saying how it did bad. And someone asked him, can we get the numbers for Concord, please? And he said, you don't want to know. And I said, actually, we do want to know. That's why we're asking you. I think since you're covering this sort of thing, you cover this in the news, it would be fair and impartial of you to do that. And I said, plus, Ubisoft, with their gaming price structure, is probably selling a lot of Ubisoft Plus accounts with Star Wars. And that earned me a block. I'm guessing because I mentioned the word Concord. Astro Cyborg is blocked by him as well. Christopher Dring. I don't even know what I said to him. Outside of, can we see the Concord numbers? Oh well. Oh well. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you're looking at Ubisoft is now offering you different things to actually purchase. So if the game is expensive, you're going to go down the route of just renting it, playing it, and moving on. That makes so much sense. Hey, Calandros, Leafstorm, Froggy. But yeah, man. So they said, however, while many qualities of the experience resonated with players, we also recognize that other aspects of the game and our initial launch didn't land the way we'd intended. Now, I thought I was actually quite fair with this game. I actually gave this game a 6 out of 10. I didn't give it the 2s and 3s that people gave. I thought I gave it a fair response. And I thought my review was actually quite fair for this. It had a lot of problems. Fundamental problems. Balancing problems. The cosmetics sucked. The gunplay was good. But the balancing was all over the place. It just needed more to be a hero shooter. It didn't do anything, and it really suffered. But I did not expect it to go out in a blaze of glory like this. I haven't seen Gravity yet. I really do want to watch it. Not a 7. I said a 6.5. I gave it a 6.5, and then I knocked it down to a 6. Because the cosmetics were just a joke. And then I really couldn't find any other reason to boost it up to a 6.5. Hey, Calandros, Tower of Fantasy lasted longer than Concord. Sanchez, I'm really liking it. I'm about 12 hours into it. I'm still on the starter planet. My biggest issue with Star Wars, I've encountered maybe 1 or 2 bugs that actually broke the game, and I had to restart the game to fix it. I think that was one bug that I encountered that did that. But outside of that, my biggest issue with the game is the usual Ubisoft bloat. There's a lot of side quests. And some are actually important. They give you your abilities and extra stuff to do. Being able to wield, increasing your pouch size for health and things like that. So they're kind of important. Or your speed booster. Your bike, you can get a booster for it. That's part of your ability side quest. That's on the planet, and that opens up more side quests, and that leads to other side quests, and it feels really overwhelming. But that's something Ubisoft just hasn't managed to rein in and keep under control. But everything else about the game felt really good. Even if you took the Star Wars away, it still felt like a good kind of like a crime overworld kind of game where you had different factions that you can join, betray, get into good books, play them against each other, that sort of thing. So there's still a good game there. I just think that they overdid it with the side quests. But that's Ubisoft in a nutshell. Otherwise, I think the game is actually pretty good. I mean, all they've had is Helldivers as a first party release. I know some people are going to count that as second party, but that did well. And then, Arrowhead went and killed it. Then they released Concord, and well, they killed it. I really hope Astrobot doesn't succumb to the same fate. That releases in a few days, and that game looks absolutely amazing, and I really hope it's successful because I'm looking forward to that one. That looks really good. But in terms of like first party offering, it's been bleak. If you're looking at third party, Ronin was average. Wukong, it's a love-hate kind of thing. It's pretty much like a Marmite type thing. You either love that type of game, or you don't. I personally don't. Full disclosure, I did buy it for my son. I haven't played it on PC, and I probably will never play it on PC. But he's almost 100%ed it, so at least it was money well spent. What else did they have? Stellar Blade was good. I really enjoyed Stellar Blade. It gave me that Nier Automata feeling. I was missing that. It's a shame we don't get a sequel to that. But I'm not going to count the remaster that came out. That's pointless. And Final Fantasy VII, right? Which I still have to play. But, man. It's rough. It's rough. And Sony knew the backlash it was about to get. They knew. Yeah, Astrobot looks really good, Booker 2. I'm really, really looking forward to that. We're getting Final Fantasy 16. That one I do know. 7 won't be arriving until the trilogy's out on PlayStation. 9 will probably go multiplat. And 17 will probably go multiplat too. Make it simple, it should have. You're right. But yeah, Sony blocked those. They blocked that out real quick. They knew the shit that was coming their way. But I thought I was quite fair when I said this is the right move. Didn't last a month, but giving the team time to review some things, characters, balancing, skills, maps, cosmetics, pricing structure, should help this game a lot. I kind of feel like that's the whole game, but at least I didn't have to touch the gunplay. The gunplay was good, but I didn't expect the gunplay to be bad because it's Bungie. Unless they put a transport Astrobot. Hey. They can put whatever they want. It still looks amazing. I remember Reforge was bigging up that game like the second coming of everything. I predict an onslaught of PC ports from Sony now. They need to... Oh, that is true. That is very true. That's a 200 million gaping hole that they are going to want to recover. Pretty much, Automata. Pretty much. Well, I mean, we're seeing more and more. The community is pushing back hard when it comes to, you know, just character designs and stuff like that. They are pushing back hard now. And companies are being shut down because of it, because the games are failing. At some point, these companies are going to realize that that is just not working anymore, and they have to rethink it. Oh, Booker 2. I call out Xbox all the time. All the time. Ask anyone in this chat. I call them out all the time. In fact, the last time I called them out, I lost 50 subs. But I'll do it then, and I'll do it again. I am I'm as open as a book, and everyone that's still here will tell you that, though I am, pro Xbox, I've got no worries in calling Xbox out when it needs to. I've made multiple videos just this week and last week saying how the Series S is a real problem. So, if you're looking for one, if you think this is one of those channels that are literally just overzealously toxic positivity about a brand, this ain't it. I say exactly how it is on both sides. But I'm still going to troll when I get the opportunity, right? Ron, that's not even it, right? That's not even it. It's the fact that there is too much there. If you've invested 500, 2,000, 5,000 hours into Overwatch, you're not going to jump into another game. That's your jam. That's what you've just spent a fortune on. Microtransactions, build up your collections. What game is coming out that can compete with Call of Duty? It is just oversaturated, right? And that's the problem with gaming at the moment. They are, you need to release something special in this day and age to make it stand out from the rest. And a lot of that stuff comes from indies. That's why Sony raised 20% prices in Japan. Japan hates PlayStation even more after this. Well, the actual positive thing that turned out from that, Sanchez, is more and more, the Japanese community actually went wild and bought Series X consoles because they were cheaper. Series X went from outside of the top 50 charts into the top 10 at number 8 in most purchased hardware software. That's crazy. Obviously, we don't know what that amounts to in terms of numbers, but that is still good, right? I see Paul is very excited about this one. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look-see. Actually, all the pictures I've seen the Japanese posting are of the Series X, not the Series S. What am I flip-flopping? I got no idea what it means, Automata. Hey, bullets kill. Oh no. Even the PlayStation fans are rejecting Unleash now. They can't take him anymore. Oh no. Oh no. I'm guessing they're blaming him for the curse. This is rough. But you know what? I think in terms of a game dying, I don't think any game can actually beat the likes that Concord set forth. I think Concord will forever in the gaming history hold the record for the quickest game to live and die. That's crazy. But hey, at least now this limited edition controller becomes literally a limited item, a limited collector's item. The funny fact is, this controller actually looks great. It looks way better than the Astrobot controller. I actually think this controller hits hard. Yeah, Sanchez, that was really horrible. That one. I actually put a tweet out, you know, to tagging everyone. They really should buy that studio. Whether it's Sony, whether it's Microsoft, I don't care who it is, Square Enix. Can you imagine finishing a game, releasing it, and on the day of the release, your parent studio turn around and saying, right, now that you've released the game, I'm closing your studio down and everyone else with it? That's like, wow. Dude, that's a whole nother level, man. That's rough. Redfall is actually a good game now, so why would they refund it, Bags? If you want to go and play Redfall now, it's actually a good game. It's not dead. They worked on it, they fixed it, and they've made it better. The question is, at least the team put the effort in to fix Redfall. What did the team do for Concord? Yeah, Concord now is actually a good game. And Steve, we really do need to finish the game. Maybe this weekend, if I've got some time. I'm really trying to make some time for it. Refunding is better. No, I actually get absolutely nothing from Xbox. Nothing at all. No free codes, no early reviews. I absolutely get nothing. I just genuinely like the brand. I've been an Xbox fan since the OG Xbox, since Halo was first shown to me, and I've just genuinely always liked Xbox since those days. But no, I don't get anything from Xbox. I have zero communication. Not for want of trying. I have tried to get in touch with their PR department and their marketing department. I think there's no one working there though in the marketing department. But no, I don't. I actually get absolutely zero from Microsoft. Skeptical about what? Oh, blows? Yeah, I know. I know. I actually get more from Sony. Woodpit is right. I actually get more from Sony than I do from Xbox. At least Sony every once in a while. Their PR department that deals with, it's not directly Sony, but it's an agency. They've been quite nice to me. But no, if I received anything from Xbox, I would be fully transparent about it. I've actually been quite vocal that Sony has actually been way more giving than supportive of smaller creators like myself than Microsoft has. They don't even acknowledge my existence. Sony still has faith you could turn into a pony channel. Oh, you know what? Bags is waiting for that day. He's just waiting for that day. For that day to come. He's just waiting, itching for that day. It'd be like the happiest day of his life the moment he sees it. He'd be like, "Oh my God, it's finally here! I want to dedicate this moment to my mama, my papa, my friends and family." The one thing I can't tolerate, Booker 2, is lying. That's the one thing I can't tolerate, and people calling me liars. That's it. There's very few things that I don't tolerate. Those are two of them. I don't lie to you, and I don't expect you to lie to me. That's it. I did get Concord. I got a review copy of Concord. Steve, it's not that. I mean, Sony generally provide me with stuff either a day before or on the day of release, which makes it harder to review. But sometimes every once in a while they'll give me like 10 days advanced, which makes it, a little easier to review the game and get it ready for embargo. Getting a 100-hour RPG to review in 24 hours isn't it. You can't do it. So, getting advanced preview copies or review copies is useful because then you can actually sit down, go through it, and get that review written out and recorded and edited and up there. But if it's just on the day, then I generally stream it. And I always put up, a label on there so everyone is clearly visible, knowing that, this was a streaming review copy provided by Sony. Free coaster? It's digital. Can't even use it as a coaster. By the way, chat, what do you think of the music? Nice and chill? I finally found some tracks that I won't get monetized for. So what do you think of the music? The music pisses you off? Jesus. Okay, I wasn't expecting that response. Hey, Alpha One. Wait, you can't hear it? Maybe I'm not loud enough on your end. No, it's quite loud. Ah, okay. Baby steps fell apart for Concord. If you must know, this cool music that you're listening to is diablomozart's. My dude did it all himself, self-composed and everything. And he was kind enough to give me some royalty-free music so I could use on my channel. You know what it is, right? Sony knew that Jeff Keighley was going to make Concord Game of the Year nomination, and they knew that that was going to break all her. There were certain things that they can kind of push under the rug, but that sort of rigging, they knew that that was never going to work. That was never going to work. That sort of rigging was never going to work. So certainly pulled the plug before any damage came along. But man, I genuinely thought Concord would have at least had a season in it to give it a try. I did not expect them to pull the plug. You need some RIP Concord music? Hey, Paul, feel free. As long as it works for the channel, I don't mind. Bags, Concord, Sony has lost $200 million. 200 million smackaroos. What do you mean? Call of Duty's coming out, and Indiana Jones, and Stalker 2, and Microsoft Flight Sim, Diablo expansion. Isn't Dragon Age coming as well? Sandra, yeah, Concord is rest in peace. Buying Bethesda was the nail on the coffin for Xbox. Nah, Bethesda was fine. It was ABK that hurt them. That's the one that made the board want a faster return. Duck, you're probably not wrong. Prince of Persia is a good game. Lost Crown, really good. Dragon Age is this year, yeah. Should the Shadow of Erdtree really be classified as Game of the Year though? It's an expansion and not a full release. Paul, the way you've got to look at it is this. The Sony shareholders are right now going to be looking for a way to make that money back. And, the shareholders decide what goes where, what happens with what. They control the narrative. And if they want it to happen, it's going to happen. And there's nothing Hiroki Totoki can really do, because if those investors decide to pull their investment, Sony will be in much bigger trouble. By the way, what's up with Dark? Visions of Mana I'm enjoying. That's good. Oh no. Oh shit. Probably not the best time, dude. Probably not the best time. I guess we should think about launching our action figure game on PlayStation. I will forever listen to the music. John, I agree that I like Outlaws. Now I think Concord is, you know, what game was it? Something. No, it wasn't this one. Something dust. There it is. So, you see, this trend that putting unattractive characters or whatever it is that you want to call it, right, into video games is starting to get a massive pushback. You're looking at Dustborn over here, which is a game about using feelings and stuff like that to gain, as a superpower. And, the main protagonist gets skills like canceling, cancel culture, and bullying, where you can actually bully and manipulate people into doing things you want. These agenda driven games that are trying to appeal to a subset audience are now getting rejected. And the more companies that are doing these sorts of things, the more they're realizing that what started off as a noise or a nuisance within the global market, people are now really starting to push back. If Concord had, characters like from, say, Overwatch, I think it would have did a lot better. People would have actually been a little bit more receptive, and it would have appealed a lot more. But, as more and more companies are going down the route of, pushing an agenda, and that's not it. And they're starting to realize that it's not working. Flint Rock, the game is actually pretty decent, but because of the direction they decided to go in with that game, the studio is pretty much gutted to hell now. They're just a shell of a company, and more companies are experiencing this. And just look at the first Descendant. It only had one character that was, sexually appealing, and everyone went mental over it. So what did they do? They doubled down on it, and now that game is doing better than it ever did. That says a lot about us as a as a species. But you give the people what they want. It does, Harris. At the end of the day, people are now pushing back, and uh, Concord was unfortunate because it decided to go full checkbox central, and it did. It started checking every single checkbox that there is, and for what? It didn't help it in the end. I disagree, Booker 2. Have you played Redfall in recent times? It's not the same game. It may be better than Redfall launch, sure, but it's not better than what Redfall is now. I literally said about 15-20 minutes ago, maybe half an hour ago, to Steve that we need to get together and finish the game because I do enjoy it. Where's my hypocrisy? I'm saying I do enjoy the game. I've enjoyed the game. Not the launch, but what it is now is fun. ET sold more than Concord at almost 2 million. Damn. Damn. They grow up way too soon, Sandra. My daughter's already started asking me for money. I'm telling you, they grow up way too soon. Booker 2, I speak for myself. Whether people respect, agree with that opinion or not, is another matter entirely. But why does your voice seem to sound more important than mine? Sin, I agree. Infinite Nikkei is going to have a big audience. That game is going to appeal to the right people, and it's going to do crazy. Wait, what's this all about? Oh, is that what I said? Oh shit! I was saying Redfall is a good game. Oh no! What are you doing, Devin? That's just mean. Alright, where am I covering for Phil? What have I said about Phil today that's covering for him? I don't agree with everything Phil's doing. he did save Xbox. There's no denying that. When Satya wanted to shut it down, he's the one that kept it alive and going. I don't agree with games going to other platforms, but now that Pandora's box is open, he's not going to stop it. Indiana Jones going to PlayStation is because he believes that not enough people on Xbox is going to buy the game, and with the contracts that Marvel has, I can't fault him for that method of thinking. I'm going to play it on Game Pass. I'm not buying it. It's on my subscription. Why would I buy it? So, like, what am I defending? Like, where was I even defending him? No, I'm not buying Wukong on my Series X. Xbox took too long to release it, so I bought it on PC. Plus, on PC, I'm not playing it on my 3090 Ti, but my kid's 3070, he's played with the settings, he's running it at 100 FPS. He's happy. He ain't going to run it at 40 FPS like the consoles do. I've got no interest in Wukong personally myself at all. I don't like Souls games. I don't like Elden Ring. I didn't like Erdtree. I'm not going to like anything that Souls. I just don't like those games. They don't appeal to me. I've tried playing them. They're not for me. My kid, he loves them. So I bought him Wukong on PC. Would I have bought it for him on his Xbox? Yeah, I would. But you know what? My Xbox decided that they're going to have a Series S. And because of that, they're not going to get the game on launch. They lost my money. That simple. Hey, Paul, you have a good one, my dude. And, good luck with your operation tomorrow, man. I wish you the best of luck. And hopefully you'll come out punching and swinging. And we'll see you back in no time. Seriously, though, I wish you the best of luck in your operation tomorrow. Keep it real, dude. Remain legend. Okay, where in this stream did I say he's great? You really are butthurt, aren't you? This dude is really, really offended. I've really offended him somehow. While everyone is wishing Paul a good luck, my dude is still hell-bent on coming at me for some reason. I mean, priorities, but sure, buddy. I still think he secretly bought Concord and he's upset. No, I think he just bought Concord and he's upset. That's all it is. He bought like 7 copies and that's really, really upset him. Bags, what are you saying? You don't even have a PlayStation. Oh, you might do. Actually, I forgot now. Oh, they're coming in full swing. Hey, Stage 1X. Do you know what? That would actually be funny, Ghosty. Because if that is the case, I want my money. You still owe me a tenner. He still hasn't paid me my $10. I wish Stadia was still around. I liked Stadia. I know people had a lot of problems with Stadia, but I liked Stadia. Stadia was good. Dude, it just worked. I mean, as long as you have an internet connection. Like, I'm a big advocate for cloud gaming. You guys know this already. I love cloud gaming, and I will support cloud gaming and GeForce Now all the way. Sorry, Steve, but it's just one of those things. Cloud gaming for me has enabled so much. What are you even on about? uh, Devin, try the free mode. You underestimate how good GeForce Now actually is. But it is what it is with Concord. And you know, I wish the developers luck. The one thing I do hope that Sony does allow them is for them to go back, work really hard over the next 6 months to whatever, redesign the characters, rebalance stuff, work overtime, and come back with something different. Because the last thing we want is another Olympus falling. And look, there's a few things that you know that I am going to mention in every stream. GeForce Now is one of them. And what's the other one, Steve? What's the other one? Mate, I've been trying to get a sponsorship with Nvidia for such a long time. I think the fact that I'm free advertising gives them no reason to do it. I'm literally a walking billboard for GeForce Now. But you know what? A Chaos stream would not be complete without the two making an appearance. Has anyone heard of Hideaki Itsuno? Has anyone heard of Hideaki Itsuno? He is the guy behind Devil May Cry 4 and 5. He worked for Capcom for over 30 years. In fact, he had a hand in a game that had the number 16 in it. And he has now joined the ranks of Square Enix to develop Final Fantasy XVII. Obligatory mention of a Final Fantasy game? Check. He's not retiring. He's bringing Devil May Cry to Final Fantasy. According to multiple designers, Itsuno joins his old partner on directing Square Enix's next mainline Final Fantasy, the Devil May Cry 4, and Devil May Cry 5 combat director, previously worked on 16, I mean it was kind of evident in the gameplay, and is now said to be working on the 17th installment of the series full-time as opposed to part-time. Hideaki Itsuno is joining as a creative director to help development of the soon-to-be-announced title, alongside the PS5 Pro coming this December. Capcom is thanking him for his work and wishes him the best on his future career. But that is the only picture we have for Final Fantasy XVII. It was Calandros. It'll be interesting to see how this one goes, Fenris Folly. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. Gaming, I know you're saying a PS5 Pro is a waste of money, but I think this guy made a worse investment. That's literally a bad investment. Yeah, that's gonna age like fine milk. Fine wine. But you know what? It's finally happened. We're happy to announce that after technical discussions with our partners at Microsoft, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics and Capcom Fighting Collection 2 will release on Xbox One. All it took was Microsoft flipping a switch within their server data centers, and voila, it worked! Both Xbox versions arrive in 2025. I don't understand why it's taking so long. Like, that jump to 2025, that seems a little extreme. I don't get why it's taking that long. I mean, these games aren't exactly, they're not doing anything to them. Bag, no, it's an always online game. Unlike Redfall, where if they ever decided to take it offline entirely, you can play it offline. They actually enabled offline mode for that game. This one you can't. See? The two are just not the same. The funny thing is, right, chat? Booker says that he doesn't have a PlayStation, has an Xbox, and yet is talking like that. It's clear that he's a pony, right? Oh yeah, they're in here trying to damage. Serious, they say that they don't have a PlayStation or they're not a pony, but their actions speak louder than words. I know, of course he is, Steve. At this point, I think it's actually unleashed. I'm actually genuinely. But yeah, I don't know why this has taken to 2025. It's a bit weird that it's taken that long, considering most of these are just ROMs being emulated from, or it's the past versions that are already available on the previous generation consoles. But hey, just look at it this way. It's taking Capcom, a really big, prestigious company, 6 months to port these retro games over to Xbox? But it took these developers. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I did have it somewhere. Didn't I have them here? Maybe not. Wherefore art thou? I guess that'll do. Where is it? It's taken these developers for InfernoDragn 2 months to make the port. They must be amazing, considering, how talented these devs must be to port a game in 2 months when Capcom can't do the retro games in 6. It's crazy, right? Like, this news here was so full of fake news, it's unbelievable. And the way the community reacted to this is crazy. Like, it's full of shite. Right? No, bookies. Redfall didn't get people laid off. They got themselves laid off. They got themselves laid off, and I feel zero sympathy for them. If you decide to put yourself into that position, you deserve everything you get. You deserve everything you get, and I've said this all along. You put yourself into a position where you don't do your job, you don't do the job that you're paid to do, and you still expect to have a job afterwards. I've got a newsflash for you. The business world doesn't work that way. Those developers fucked around and found out. The ones that did their job are still employed. The ones that didn't, they're in the unemployment center. Captain Crunch, essentially they didn't want to work on the project, right? They had a vision of what they wanted the game to be. As the project went on, the direction the game took changed. What they wanted it to be, evolved into something else, and they wanted to cancel the game. But ZeniMax's president said, no, we're not going to do that. You're going to continue going down this path, and we're going to make it a live service. They were like, well, we don't really want to make it a live service. But then he said, I don't care. You're still going to do it. So these people decided that even though they're being paid a salary to do a job, it would be perfectly okay for them to do a piss poor job in actually doing their work. They decided to put in like 20% effort per day. The game released broken as hell. And then they expected to have a job at the end of it. That's not how the world works. Right? If I don't do my job at work, I get fired. They are no different. So to think that they are, and to think that I'm going to show any empathy or sympathy towards that, no. Because I deal with that every day at work, where there are people in my job that I am basically doing 2-3 times the work over, while they do jack shit and get away with it. Eventually, their cracks are going to come out, and they'll be gone, and I've got no problem with that. Do your job, keep your job. Don't do your job, lose your job. That's the way the world works. Viva Pinata's very old. But this is the thing with, Intaria, right? I called it Intaria, but InfernoDragn. This was released earlier this year by them, right? This was in an interview that they gave. I would never allow our game to release discreetly on all platforms. I prefer the game to perfect on 2 platforms rather than discreet on 3. Discreet essentially means release. It's just a mistranslation of the word. Once we've released the game, we will also get to work on the Xbox version and the DLC. So Xbox version and the DLC wasn't in development at all as of March. So we can also give the game to Microsoft users. The choice fell on PS5 rather than Xbox simply because we have a relationship with our partners in Asia, Sega, with whom we have agreements that we want to respect as a matter of respect for them. As you may well all know, the Asian market is largely dominated by PlayStation. It is, probably by like 99%. Well, between Xbox and thing. If you're counting Nintendo, then that drops down drastically. So PS5 was the most logical choice. However, I would like to clarify some things. JAMA Games is an independent software house that has never been financed by anyone, including Microsoft, even though they were accepted into the ID Xbox program because they were advertising their game. Some accusations have been made by some users are bordering on a lawsuit, so now they're actually threatening to sue people regarding this issue. I hope that everything is clearer now and that the Xbox community doesn't get angry about my choice. So clearly, as of March this year, there was no Xbox version, but they want you to believe that they made not one Xbox version, but two fully ported, fully optimized games in 2 months. I call bullshit on that. And there is nothing anyone can tell me that's going to change my mind. And I'm seeing so many Xbox influencers flip-flopping about this. This is horseshit. There never was an Xbox version. They just decided to go down the route of hack by announcing the same usual tripe that they did to try and get it trending, and they all lapped it up like the good little pups that they are. Booker 2, I have a question for you. Why are you so angry? It's a serious question. Why are you so angry? Why are you so angry? Okay, you are a moronic prick, so I'm just gonna kick you from the stream. You're not answering my question, and I don't have time for morons. So I am gonna seal it bang you, and you can be gone. Unfortunately, my mod isn't here today because he's very, very ill, and I wish him the best. But seal it bang is about to think. Oh wait, he is actually here. Good job. Thank you. I thought you wasn't gonna make it, Taz. I know you're not feeling very well. I like to give people at least some leeway. I asked him why he was angry. He's not answering. He's being a petulant child. And the fact is, I bet it's actually a grown adult as well. That's really sad, right? That is really, really sad. A grown man actually crying to that level. I get we're all having a bit of fun. But that's not the example you want to be showing to your, Nah, that's just me. Nah, it wasn't Power Boss, it was Taz. But you guys know I show some tolerance to everyone. And I think I gave him more than enough chance. That's why I turned around and asked the question, because now it was just getting annoying. And that was annoying me, so thank you very much for that. Clint Eastwood action, Taz! Even though you are not feeling the best of sorts, I appreciate you. Oh no, I think you went and followed me over at Twitch. I think you went and followed me over at Twitch. Oh no! Oh, PS5 blows, they are. But look, this news here, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Someone tell me how this comes out in March. So we got April, and remember, right, they said 2 months, they've been waiting for a response. So if we say April, May is gone, June, July, August. So are you telling me that they managed to create 2 builds of the game? Because don't forget, the Series S and the X are 2 different SKUs. They have 2 different, you know, the hardware is different. So are you telling me that they made 2 different SKUs as an indie company with such a small team in 3 months? Probably less than 3 months. That's not possible. What's wrong? Bongo? Yeah. Oh, chat, Bongo's back. They're all going crazy. Bongo's back. Close the door, please. For those of you that don't know Bongo, Bongo is our resident hedgehog that wanders around in our garden every so often. But yeah, Tarnished, I was so devastated. Yes, Devin, hedgehog. They're using they're quantum leaping to make sure they can pass on that information. Yeah, I just don't buy it. Is the casting of Frankenstein? I've never heard of that game. Is that a game? Or a movie? Bags. But yeah, Tarnished, I was devastated, man. I wanted to see that game of the year. Sonic was too obvious. Sonic was too much of an obvious name. The kids wanted to name him Bongo. He's not blue! Can't call him Sonic if he's not blue. But yeah, so I don't know. To me, this just didn't make sense at all. With regard to the Xbox release, we have decided in order to ensure a superior experience for PC and PlayStation 5 to reevaluate the possibility of an Xbox release post-launch. That was in March 21st. There you go. There's receipts, man. There's receipts. March 21st. They've decided that, you know, they're not doing the Xbox release until after launch. You know, they're not even going to build it. It's right here in the name. And they took it off. They took the Xbox thing off in March. And then you're going to come back now and try and console war to try and get yourself trending because you want it to get publicity because you saw a hack trending? It's a nice name, isn't it, PS5 Blows?
Behind the plastic.
Is it hiding?
Yeah.
Well, go give him some food.
Huh?
Go give him some food.
I can't.
Right. I still think Concord is going to get nominated. They're going to say spiritually Concord was up there as one of the best, and they're going to try and bring it in. Sorry, 1 second, chat. Sorry about that. So Hack was the original one that came out a few weeks ago, and basically said, they've been trying to get through to Idea Xbox, and Idea Xbox then came out publicly and said, "Look, we've seen the error. It's on our end. We apologize. We want the game to come to Xbox. I will personally see through everything for you. I'll also have a personal manager for you that will be at your available whim 24/7. Regardless of when you have a problem, you can contact them and you will get a response." And after all of that, the Hack developer turned around and said, "No, I'm not releasing it on your platform," because they had no intention of releasing it on Xbox. They just wanted the commercial exposure by console warring, right? The same thing Quantum Error did with this game can't be done on the Xbox SSD, even though they've never even tried to use direct storage. They just wanted to be bought out by Sony, and so they decided to console war. Inotria, sorry, I spelled that wrong, is doing exactly the same thing. They came out and said, "Oh, we contacted them 2 months ago and we haven't got a response." You don't even have a game in place yet to contact them with. There is no communication. They are lying. They are actively lying. In March 21, 2024, they said reevaluate the possibility of an Xbox release post-launch. There is no Xbox version being developed. And then here you have it over here. This was also in March, in an interview that they had. They can only work on 2 builds at any given time. They don't have the studio capacity to work on 3 versions of the game. So they decided to go with the PS5 and PC. There never was an Xbox version. This developer is a lying fraud. They're doing this to gain exposure, free marketing, and hoping that what happened with Hack, where the game was trending and everyone who never heard of that game suddenly came out the woodworks in the caves. "Oh my god, Hack is the greatest game ever, and how dare Xbox not have this?" They were hoping for the same result, and they kind of got it, because there are too many gullible lemmings out there that will do everyone's bidding for free. It's a bit of a shame. But I'm not buying it. And you shouldn't too. Let's not go there, Steve. Let's not go there. Man, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But I do know a number of you have been looking forward to Star Trucker. And new Game Pass drop. It should be available right now. So for those of you that are actually interested in Star Trucker, that wanted to play this and have that Starfield moment with your truck in space, truck it out, boys and girls. The oyster is yours. Make it simple. The bottom line is why am I banning peeps? I asked him a question he wouldn't answer, and he decided to continue rambling and annoying my audience. He's literally talking about stuff that was stupid, so I gave him the best part of what, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, maybe an hour to let him get it out. But in the end, I asked him why he was angry, and he wouldn't answer. So I asked him again. He wouldn't answer. I asked him again, and he gave me he started throwing accusations at me. So off he went. Maybe he'll get some self-reflection and come back later with a bit more of a clear mind, because I don't know what was up with him, why he was so angry, or why he was so pissed off. But he was clearly really, really upset about something. And as much as I tried to give him enough understanding and leeway, he chose not to do that. He chose to be quite aggressive and quite insulting towards me. And I'm not going to tolerate that on my stream. If he wants to go and create his own stream and go and insult everyone else, that's perfectly okay. He can go and do what the hell he likes. But I tolerated it for like 40 minutes. It didn't end. So I'm not going to sit here and take that vitriol for no reason. I hope that answers your question, basically. Talos, I haven't tried it. I only saw this, I think it was yesterday. I've just not had the time. I've been so much into Star Wars Outlaws. I'm having a lot of fun with that. Probably a Concord dev. Oh no. E-Rex, what are you doing? You're beating them down to a pulp, man. Don't do that, man. They are having a rough day. That's why, look, regardless of what faction you want to support, I like to think that, you can come in here and have that conversation. But I'm only going to tolerate vitriol to a certain point. And I think I gave him way more time than anyone else would have given him. How long have I been live right now? Almost 2 hours. And he's been here from the very beginning. So at least an hour and a half I put up with him. I think that's enough. Do you know what, Ghosty? We're gonna have to try. We're gonna have to experiment. We're gonna have to. It's got to be one of those things that's just gonna have to happen. No, basically it's his own self. Talos, you liking the music? You'd watch a Star Trek stream? So, I can't remember who it was in... It was either my Twitch stream that I had... was it yesterday or maybe on Sunday? Someone wanted to see Star Citizen this weekend streamed. I can't remember. So I've spoken to a friend of mine who is way more knowledgeable than me in Star Citizen, and we should be able to set something up potentially this weekend over on Twitch for those that are interested in checking it out. Woodpit was you? That's right. So yeah, I've spoken to him. He's my friend is free. he's way more, knowledgeable on it than I am. I just like to toss about in there. But yeah, so hopefully this weekend we should be able to get something up and running. Calandros wants to watch that trucker stream. It has. It's made a lot of money. It's come a long way without money. Stage 1X? That depends. Do you like the music or do you not like the music? My response will be ever so slightly changed depending on your response to that question. Concord, 8 years in development, shut down in about 14 days. The music was done by diablomozart. He's actually in the chat right now. So you can give him a massive thank you for supplying me with the cool tunes. My dude was kind enough to reach out and send me 4 or 5 tracks. Even made me a nice intro music that I still haven't integrated yet for starting and ending stream that will be added for the next stream. But yeah, that was very, very kind of him. Mo, this is on Xbox, PC, and cloud gaming. Good luck. I'll get to it at some point. But chat, unfortunately, the bad news for Sony doesn't end there. The bad news for Sony does not end there. Has anyone heard of a game called Until Dawn Remake? Until Dawn Remake? Ballistic Moon faces layoffs ahead of Until Dawn Remake, which will release in October. So they are they are gutting the studio that is making Until Dawn as well. I have no idea what is going on at Sony right now. Donald, I have not. Do they finally allow you to stream their games without you being, threatened with pitchforks and knives outside of your window with a horde of people? Yeah, Tarnish, that's gone. You can't buy it anymore. Do you know what? Maybe we should do one more stream for Concord. As, a farewell stream. What do you reckon, chat? Can't be on Friday, though, because Friday's Astrobot. Nintendo's weird, Devin. They're very, very protective of their IP. And all you have to do is look at, look in the camera in a weird way, and they will strike you down and remove your channel entirely. 1 hour wait times? God damn. But yeah, so this sucks. This really, really sucks that more people are losing their jobs. It's their IP, Devin. They can do what they want. Yeah, I'll create a section on my Discord and I'll post it there after the stream. Just music for people that want to, check it out. Mo, that is always the perception of the consumer. I think both have their pros and cons, and both are good in their own right. This whole gen so far has been really poor, unless you're Nintendo. But at this point, I think Switch is gonna be a 2-gen console. The Switch 2 isn't coming until they break that PS5, the PS2 record. That much is clear. Hey, Rabbi, how's it going? Why can't they break the PS2 record? They're like 1 million away. All they have to do is release a Metroid version of the console. I don't know, another Animal Crossing version of the console. A Zelda version of the console that's coming out with the new Zelda game. And boom, you've got your million units. Done. I'm good, thanks, Rebby. And yourself? Like, if I was Nintendo, I would not release the Switch 2 until I hit that 156. Haze, isn't that the yellow mask? The protagonist had a yellow mask, right? Devin? They had a yellow mask, right? It was more than a million like 3-4 months ago. People buy Nintendo Switches like an accessory nowadays. Phil Spencer needs to remove the Series S. He cannot do that. People bought the console with the knowledge of parity. It's impossible for them to remove the Series S right now. That would create a lawsuit. The new Metroid? Yeah, especially if they have like a limited edition Metroid Switch. That's gonna sell a boatload, isn't it? So I think they can do it. I think they're very close, and I think they should hold off on stuff until they break it, because they ain't ever getting this close again. They are very close. Bags, why release it on the Switch 2 when you can release it on the Switch 1 and the Switch 2? Why not double it? That is the Nintendo way, is it not? I don't think people will hate the Series S. I think that for what the Series S is, it's a nice little console. But at the same time, they really should have not gimped on the RAM, and gimping on the RAM has caused problems. That is ideally the biggest problem the Switch, the Series S has. The RAM. Otherwise, the GPU and the CPU are fine, but memory allocation is really important when it comes to a PC. So that's its biggest issue. But you know what? They could easily just turn around and offer the games in a cloud format for people to play. Like the Nintendo does. I know it's not ideal, but at some point, X users shouldn't be held back from gaming. So apparently there's a rumor going around, boys and girls. Microsoft is working on 2 Transformer projects targeting this year for their release. Now, I don't know what these are. I don't know if these are retro games or actual brand new, fully fledged games that could be coming. We have received some intel stating that Microsoft Studios is working on not just 1 but 2 game projects simply codenamed Transformers. So it might not even be Transformers, but everyone's thinking it's Transformers. May the speculations go wild! I mean, yes and no, Steve. At the end of the day, depending on the scope of the game, depending on how much it needs to load in and how it's feeding that information into the RAM, RAM limitation is a thing. 8 gigabytes is not a lot. War on Full. Nice. Base Diggy, they did. I mean, Concord literally came and went in a flash. No, Calandros, it's actually got 10 gig of memory. 2 gig is used for the system and stuff like that. So it has about 8 gig available to it. War for Cybertron, the 360 version, is really, really good. Like, if they brought that back in backwards compatibility and upped it to like 4K and 60 FPS and whatnot, that's a really good one for you to try out. I mean, not every game is going to have a problem, Steve. But there are some games that will have a problem. It is, Donald, because they also have the VRAM from the graphics card to utilize. So even though Steve is saying it's 12 gig, they've also got the 4 gig from the graphics card to utilize. So I think the graphics card has got quite a bit of. I can't remember the actual total VRAM on the graphics card, but 4 gigabytes is available for the system memory to utilize if it absolutely needs it in order to get things working. So it can essentially boost up to 16 gigabytes of RAM. The Series S cannot do that. And that's how the Xbox gets around it. The X. Yeah, Chris. Concord is doing great. It's destroying it with Concord in perfect fashion. It really is. The Series S doesn't. I don't think has any. I don't think the Series S has any. I mean, in the end, Rabbi, it is what it is. They've opened Pandora's box. It's not closing. And I don't think Xbox fans should expect it to close anytime soon. Shareholders will be shareholders. They care more about money than the thing. Hey, Eric Jack, how's it going? Sin, they could have just added more. They cut corners. They were aiming for a certain price point with the Series S, so they cut corners on the RAM, hoping that that wouldn't be a problem because, you know, studios don't need to hit 4K. They don't need to hit 1440p. They could just get away with doing 1080p on the Series S. Hell, even 900p would be acceptable on the Series S. But that's what they were banking on overall, but it just didn't think. It didn't work out that way, as games like Unreal Engine 5 at the time wasn't even a thing. And now with every company using Unreal Engine 5, it's thrown a spanner into the works. Really it. Yeah, PS5 blows, it's got nothing to do with the CPU, it's got nothing to do with the GPU. It's the RAM that's causing the bottleneck. Maybe, Steve. Maybe. Rabbi, without Phil Spencer, Xbox wouldn't exist. So that's probably not the smartest thing to want to do. I mean, Concord cost them 200 million. I want to see, it'll be interesting to see, how their strategy is going to change in order to try and receive that, but recover that, because that's a gaping hole that the shareholders will not be happy with. I mean, the only games that seem to be really suffering are the ones with Unreal Engine, right? I mean, do you see Wukong on the Switch too? There's a reason certain games are not on the Switch. It doesn't work. Therefore, it doesn't get ported. I mean, you literally answered your own question there, Stephen. There's a reason why the Switch doesn't get games. Exactly. GTA 6 ain't going to the Switch. There's not enough computing power in that machine to do it. I mean, eventually, Steve, when they become more familiar with it, maybe, there might be some, tricks up their sleeves that they can do to free up resources. I'm just saying right now, with the way things are, the bottleneck is the RAM. What they do in 2 years' time or 3 years' time or 10 years' time is totally irrelevant. It's new, Donald. It's new. And because it's new, it's demand, it's got its own quirks. Unreal Engine 4 was around for years and it was perfected by great, almost everyone. I knew that shit was coming. I knew that was coming. Coalition. But to be fair, Coalition are masterminds. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be them. If the Switch 2 comes out with the yen the way it is right now, it'll probably cost about $500, and it won't have any of those games on there, and people won't care because it's going to have Mario, Zelda, Metroid. And to Nintendo fans, that's all that's important. Having those Nintendo staples. People buy a Nintendo console for those games. Hey, what up, Oreo? Hey, Ultraman, thank you very much for that $4.99. I appreciate you. Hey, Chaos, first time catching you live. Hope you're enjoying the show, my dude. We are live every Tuesday and Thursday here on YouTube. And I usually stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and try to do Fridays over at Twitch. Well, we just do like lots of gaming. But Tuesdays and Thursdays are generally just reserved for gaming news and talks. What's up, my little boy? So a big win for Xbox happened this week, I think. In fact, it was yesterday. So for those of you that have never actually seen the Atelier series, Atelier Yumiya is coming to Xbox. I know the Riser series completely skipped them, but hopefully if this game does well, this will give rise to, the actual series being more and more of the series coming over to Xbox. I'm looking forward to this, personally, and hopefully we'll see more Atelier games coming. They are niche, but they are very good games. Series S gears will run 240%. You crazy, dude. You crazy. But yeah. Yeah, people don't. Like I said, I've never hated on the Series S. I think it's a great machine, and it is it is good for what it is. It should just never have had the parity clause. That parity clause should never have been a thing, and that was the mistake Xbox made. If they weren't gonna make the RAM like for like, the parity should never have been the same. Oh shit, John just made enemies. But yeah, anyone actually interested in the Atelier series? Let's see if we can play a trailer. Is there any actual gameplay? Yeah, there is. So, yeah, I think this could do really well on Xbox, and I hope it does, because this could open the gateway for more of the series to come along. They've clearly taken inspiration from Atelier Ryza and gone down that route. They've clearly seen it works, and has, because Atelier Ryza revived the brand. It was on its way out, but Ryza really did do wonders for it. Oh, nice base diggy. Congrats, dude. Astro Playroom is awesome. You know, the way they utilize that controller is phenomenal. It's probably the best use of the controller to date at the moment. Second being Returnal. Returnal was really good as well. But Playroom utilizes it the best, especially when you're like ice skating and stuff. That's awesome. It's almost like you can feel the actual ice skating on your hands. It's really weird. You'll play this game one-handed. I mean, this looks turn-based. Atelier usually is turn-based. And don't you wear it out, Steve. Hey, Brick. Oh, Genshin is going to do wonders for Xbox. People underestimate how big that game is going to be on Xbox. That game is going to be huge. I mean, that is the 10-cent way, right? Unfortunately. That seems to be the characters that are coming away. Very based. Steve clearly is a Nina fan. I can tell that right now. He is totally a Nina fan. Right, Steve? Totally right. But yeah, I think this game is going to do really well. At least I hope it does anyway. Hey, look. It's probably going to sell more than Gears. That's all I'm saying. Yes, way, Steve, because Atelier isn't on Game Pass, so it's gonna only way for it to sell is for people to buy it day one or just to buy it. Gears is going to be on Game Pass. But June is the one that sparked all the controversy this week, right? June Awakening, which is made by Funcom. And if anyone knows anything about Funcom, is that their optimization truly is bad. Their optimization is truly horrendous. Like, I mean, it's really bad. But this is where it came out. This is where all the noise came out. Because June Awakening, basically the Xbox release, has been pushed back. And there's no guarantee that the Xbox release will even happen if they can't get the Series S working. And so the whole topic of conversation is, should the Xbox Series X owners be restricted from playing if the Series S is the problem? And that's opened up a whole can of debate, and you've seen how people have kind of lost their marbles with this one. It's a bit of a shame, really. I think Astro is either $50 or $60. Gregglepoof, what's going to be worth everything at $89.99? Chris, no, it's going to run better on my 3090 Ti. My 3090 Ti will run loops around the PS5 Pro. And soon, when I upgrade to my 4080 or 4090, that will run even more loops around everything. So, in that regard, it's not going to run best on your PS5 Pro, it's going to run best on my PC. I think the devs now are piling on the Xbox hate. Now it's getting ridiculous. Anime, there is a bit of that. There's also a bit of Funcom traditionally have been horrible at optimizing games. I mean, they can't optimize games for Windows, let alone optimize games for consoles. So this was always going to be a difficult one for them. But the Series S, I think, just might be too much of a challenge, no pun intended, with this one. And the question at this point remains, should the S stop games releasing on the X? You'll be playing it on the 5090? You're going to buy me one too, right, Steve? Well, that's the big question, Devin. This is the big one, right? This is the one I posed at the end of my video. What is going to happen if GTA 6 has that same problem? And if we listen to this or what Mag was saying, I'm not sure if you guys have seen it yet, but let me play it anyway. Let me just play this because I guess we're making that segue into it.
What did you hear the other night? What was your?
Oh, that was interesting. And like I said, it's not massive news because I think everybody was expecting it, but it's more confirmation. You're going to hear about it during the second trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6 that Sony has locked down marketing rights for GTA 6 for the PS5 and the PS5 Pro only.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, it's in the PS5 Pro only.
Oh my gosh!
Oh,
So that's huge, right? That's huge. So you can see that that's the platform that they're catering for, which means it's going to be interesting. This is a big, big game. And if this, what Mag said, is true, right, you guys can't see it. You couldn't see his disappointment. I have to replay this because, just for Steve, by the way. I'm only going to replay this for Steve because Steve would actually hold it against me if I didn't. Right, Steve? You would hold this against me.
It's not massive news because I think everybody was expecting it, but it's more confirmation. You're going to hear about it during the second trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6 that Sony has locked down marketing rights for GTA 6 for the PS5 and the PS5 Pro only.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, it's in the PS5 Pro only.
It shouldn't, Steve.
So it's
That disappointed look on Colt's face said it all. I just thought you might enjoy his disappointment. But, you know, all in all, if that is the case and, you know, the Series S becomes a problem, at what point are people going to start turning around and saying, yes, we do have a problem on our hands? Will it take GTA 6 to finally convince people that not getting GTA 6 on Xbox is going to be the breaking point for people with the Series S? I genuinely hope that that's not going to be the case. I hope that whatever Rockstar is doing is going to enable it to work and it's not going to be a problem. But there is always that chance, right? I'm not looking at Funcom because, like I said, you look at their other games and they are horribly optimized. So this not working on the Series S, in all honesty, is not something I'm surprised about, right? But it probably does work on the X. And the question that, people are raising right now is, why should someone who's paid $500 for a console be restricted to play the game from someone who's paid $200? And that's a good question. But that's something that Microsoft has put in place with the parity clause. And that shouldn't sit well with anyone. Donald, if what Mag is saying is true, I don't know if what he's saying is true. I saw that and I thought to myself, you know what? I do want to cover this because it's big. GTA 6 is going to be the biggest game of the decade, of the generation, probably the next generation too. I don't see a game bigger than GTA 6 until they make GTA 7. But whoever gets the marketing rights for this is going to make bank. And if Sony has got it, the writing's on the wall. Wait, what deal did you propose? Red Dead Redemption 3 is your dream game? Red Dead Redemption is good. But the parity clause is there. They've only ever broken it on Baldur's Gate. So we do know that they can break the parity clause. We do know that they can break it. But the parity that was broken for Baldur's Gate was just a feature, not the game. Like, June probably just doesn't work on the Series S. So that's completely different, right? That would be the first game that releases on the X that's literally not available on the S. The question arises is, what happens if this is the case for GTA 6? Anime, I agree. Does Microsoft have mafia marketing? I'm not sure if they've got mafia marketing, but when the game went to Game Pass, I know that they had some form of deal in place to be able to push advertising for it. So maybe like a temporary advertisement campaign for it. Wait, doesn't that 80-year-old Mechanan cost like 100 grand? 150 grand? I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick here. I don't know. I'm not. They can say that all they want. How many games have Wukong said coming to Xbox Series X and S as well until the last minute, 2 minutes before release, and then took it off and said, right, it's not coming. You can't trust that anymore. Unfortunately, there's enough precedence out there where just because it's on a website doesn't mean that it's guaranteed to go to the Xbox platform anymore. So at the moment, the hopes is that it is going to go on X and S. But if they can't get it ready, I mean, what happens if they turn around and say, right, we've got it ready day one for PlayStation, but we couldn't get it working day one for Xbox. So PlayStation's going to get a 6 months timed exclusive while we try to get this working on Xbox. If they support the Series S, they should support my Xbox One. Stellar Blade said coming to Xbox. That got taken off. Wukong said that got taken off. Many games said coming to Xbox and got taken off. You're hoping it's going to launch day one, Stephen. As am I. As am I. Isn't June just a reskin Canon Exiles? No reason they should have. Kind of. To a certain extent. Just way more fleshed out and way more unoptimized. Like I said, with Funcom, I'm not that bothered with them because traditionally they can't optimize anything. But this game would probably still be released day one with the Series X, but it's not because of the Series S. And I think if there is a parity clause there, that parity clause just needs to go. Yes, Smiley, I did. 2025. I don't get why it's taking so long, personally, but 2025 is the date. Diablo, there's two ways of looking at this. Number one, if the scope of the game literally doesn't allow it to work on the S, I mean, this is all speculation, right? We're just looking at happy day scenarios and, not so happy day scenarios. The happy day scenario is that it's going to work and run on 8 gigabytes of memory and everything's going to be okay. I mean, they could, with the Series S, just add loading screens, right? When you get from area to area, and that would actually work. So what's going to happen then is, as you get to new junctions to load the new area, it will just empty the RAM and load in the new stuff that you need to get into. Happy days, that could work. I know it's going to be a worse experience for Series S owners, but that's definitely something that they could do by adding in a load screen to just, recycle the stuff out. Simple fix. Is it going to give you a great experience? No. But is it going to come out on the console? Absolutely. There are multiple ways that they can get around it. But if they want it to be seamless and want to provide the same experience, that may be a bit more difficult. So this isn't me shitting on the ass like a lot of you think I am. I'm not doing that. As you can see, I am providing actual resolutions these developers can use. The ones that are way smarter than me. But this is the sort of stuff that I see that's possible for them to do. Oh, Bags, yes. I didn't say it's not going on Xbox Day and Date. And Devin asked the question, what happens if the Series S can't run it? So that's what I am talking about. He asked the question, and I'm going off that question. Ah, okay. Either way, time will tell. I think a loading screen is the easy fix for it anyway. And that will work. And, you know, at the end of the day, adding checkpoint areas where you have to just reload, you know, where it has to just load for a second or so will easily fix it. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem. But if, you know, if Sony has got the marketing rights, that's going to be rough. Anime, upgrading everyone to the X will cost a lot of money. That Microsoft will take a huge hit on that, especially this late in the generation. And let's be real, I still do not believe that GTA 6 is going to hit 2025. If the reports that were, you know, revealed earlier this year about GTA 6, where they don't believe that they're going to hit 25, and it's more likely, you know, the actual developers were saying, I think it was Jason Schreier, that they don't see it. It's a Hail Mary to hit 25. 26 is a much more realistic date. I think if it goes to the 26th, it'll probably be in development for the next Xbox. And then you won't have this problem at all, because the next Xbox probably isn't going to make the same mistake as the Series S. Which I'll be buying, by the way. Yes, you heard that right. I am going to buy the next Xbox. Even though I own a very powerful PC, I'm still going to buy a next Xbox. And if they release a handheld, I'll buy one of those two. Using PC system requirements for 14, can it run on the Series S with it limited RAM? 14 does run on the Series S. It's nowhere near as good as the X. It does have some issues, but it runs. But I think isn't Final Fantasy 14 on PC minimum requirements? What is the minimum requirements? Let's see. So the minimum requirements for Final Fantasy 14 is 8 GB of RAM. So the Series S would have no problem. So that's fine. It's within the minimum RAM requirement. So, you know, the Series S will have no problem running and it doesn't have any problem for the most part. It does have some performance drops. We've seen it. But overall, 8 GB of memory is what it needs minimum to run on Windows. And that is what it's doing. So, Bungie is trying a Hail Mary. Might as well move on from the GTA because we'll never know what the situation for that is. But I still think, oh god, here we go again. Now Bags has started. But GTA 6 I think is going to be a 2026 game. That's my genuine belief. We'll see, you know. You can call me out if it comes out in 25. But Destiny mobile game, Destiny Rising, is in development by Bungie and NetEase. It's claimed. No Destiny 3 that people want, but a Destiny mobile, I guess, gacha game? Who asked for a mobile game? Who's excited for this mobile game from Bungie? I'm going to buy it on console because it's not available on PC. Rockstar does not release their games day one on PC. They release it on console first for a year and then work on the PC version afterwards, maximizing it. GTA has already been pushed back, yeah. And with the whole return to work issue, it seems a lot of people were reluctant to return to the office, and that's caused a massive delay in stuff getting done. So there was a whole commotion with that, if you remember back then. And with all of that drama going on, the developers were telling Schreier that, they don't see, forget 25, they don't, forget early 25, they don't see this game coming out at all in 25 and pushing to 26. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 is due a remake, I think. It's been out, it's been a long time, and it's a beloved franchise, and one that could do with that next-gen upgrade. I mean, it looks gorgeous in its own right anyway, still. But it could happen. Mags didn't say it's not coming to the Series X and S. He said that the marketing rights are being owned are belonging to Sony. That is true, Diablo. That is true. Hey, Devastator. Concord is the biggest AAA flop ever. Yes, it is. It totally is. That game flopped super hard. Oh, Dean, if they do it correctly, that Destiny can have a really big following on mobile. Anime, you as well, yeah? 2026? I think that date makes a little more sense to me. At the end of the day, they've already spent $2 billion on the game. I don't think rushing it out is worth it at this point. What's a couple more million to add to the list if you're already at $2 billion? But the thing is, if it does get pushed to 2026, I reckon Microsoft will probably be pushing for it to be on the next Xbox console. Oh no! Chat, we made a mistake. Mistakes were made. Concord is not the quickest game to come and go. I've just been notified that it is not The quickest game to come and go. There is another game that holds that mantle. There is another game that holds that mantle. Can anyone guess what it is? Shit lasted 48 hours, man. The day before. That came and went in 48 hours. Abandoned was never a thing. You bought it as well, Steve? No way. No. Oh, no. Hey, Superman 64 lasted longer. No matter how much you don't like it, it lasted longer, man. I mean, it wasn't a AAA game. I guess you could say you can move the goalpost a little bit. That Concord is the fastest AAA game to shut down. 8 years in development. Oh, the early trailers, Steve, it looked phenomenal. It looked like The Division. It looked really good. You know? Where is this? No. So I wanted to talk about something that was a little controversial for Call of Duty. And I'd love to get your thoughts on this one. We were end of service when? Mate, you started that as well. You think it's gonna die? It's not getting the hype it was getting, was it? It's Brick. It's kind of like died down really badly. There's no confirmation that Wukong was money-hatted, and I still personally do not believe that it was money-hatted. I think the Wukong drama is because of the Series S. But I'd love to be proven wrong. Right? But have you guys heard of the drama that's going around Call of Duty Blops? I mean, it's the beta is amazing. Really, really good. I had a really good time with it. I've already got the Vault Edition for this. I had a great time, and I had to get the Vault Edition so I can get access to all the cool stuff that come with it when it launches on October the 25th. So, personally, I'm really happy with it. But there is a lot of controversy going around with the fact that you can grab people and talk to them in their ear in close proximity. Now, clearly the way it's being done wasn't its intended use, and why no one at Treyarch thought that people would abuse this by basically grabbing another, you've basically got a guy whispering into your ear while giving you anal was not going to be a thing that people did. The meat shield, yeah. But people are basically performing sexual, what looks like sexual acts to the characters. And it's getting a lot of negative feedback at the moment. It runs smoothly on the Steam Deck because the Steam Deck has 16 gigabytes of memory, not 8. The Series S only has 8 gigs of memory. And the Steam Deck has to run everything at minimum settings, and it's only probably getting 30 FPS. The Series S has half the available memory, which is where the problems come in. Bags, you confused? So let me see if I can find a clip. I think this might be one of them.
Losing Bravo.
You're coming with me to the shower.
Oh, no!
Yup.
No,
Yup. I want a full body wash.
Losing Bravo.
So this is a tame one, but there's loads where people are basically abusing it and doing sexual acts with it.
What you doing up here, nigga? This not the Glock you feel on your back, nigga.
Chill, bro. Hey, let me go, man. Yo,
There you go.
Let me go. Yo, let me go, man.
Basically performing a sexual act on them. And this is now getting a lot of negative feedback. So it, by the time the game comes out for launch, this feature could be removed. Personally, I don't think it's that big of a problem, but a lot of people are actually complaining about this right now. I mean, some people are basically comparing it to the R word, which I'm not going to say live on stream. Now, obviously, I think that's a bit too extreme, but we live in a day and age where people get offended by almost anything. And anything that doesn't go their way is being construed as, not correct. I've been talking like Herbert from Family Guy when I take hostage. Yeah, look, that sort of thing is hilarious. But there are people that basically go to the next level. So, you know the saying, this is why we can't have nice things? There are people that are taking it way, way, way too far and actually doing some really, really creepy shit. I think what they're going to add is the ability for the one that's actually being caught to just instantly die. I think that's the way they're going to get around it, because removing the mechanic is going to be not a good thing for the game. That could break so many different things. So I think what they're going to do to simplify it is, if you do get caught in that position, if you hold the X button or whatever for 5 seconds, you will instantly just die and have a longer respawn or something similar like that. By the way, I don't want this to be seen that I have a view for or against it. I just wanted to know your guys' view. I personally don't care either way. It doesn't bother me. It's a video game. I can differentiate between what is a game and what is not. But there are people out there that cannot make that distinction. And apparently it's triggering flashbacks and having severe mental traumatizing images for some people. You know what I'm talking about, right? But yeah, so it's it is what it is. Bro took Meat Shield to another level.
Hey, what are you doing behind this bookcase, pussy?
Yeah. I want to take you down here on this fucking bed and switch for you sweet nothing.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? That's the shit I'm talking about. That's what's gonna probably get this feature changed. I just thought that shit was funny. You know, it's a video game. It's not like they're doing it in real life. They're clearly doing it to trigger you. And let's be realistic. The COD lobbies of the 360 days was way worse. Please don't be Big Bob. I don't understand that reference, Chris. Oh, I do, Stephen. Like I said, I personally come from a time when it was way worse on Xbox Live, when you were in that lobby and the shit that was being said to you was probably on a whole nother level. So I'm used to it. I mean, I've heard stuff in Call of Duty lobbies that make your head spin. None of this phases me at all. It's a video game, so I just don't care. But I still don't understand that reference. What does it mean by Big Bob? Ah, I see. Okay. Oh, the old COD lobbies were absolutely toxic, man. They were brilliant and horrible all at the same time. Like, me personally, I think people should, you know how, do you know how people say this is when we're talking about 30 FPS and people come out and say, well, this is the creative, decision. This is the direction they wanted. Let the developers make the game they want. I think the same should be applied here. If it's let the developers make the game they want for 30 FPS, then it should let the game developers make the game they want for this. You shouldn't have double standards. It should just work the same way for everything. That's my personal opinion. Having double standards just, makes things way, way worse. You ain't ever catching me, dude. You ain't ever catching me. Yeah, Black Ops 6, I had a great time playing, man. I had absolutely an awesome time playing. I really, really enjoyed it. Yeah, I finally got the reference. I'm just a bit slow today. It's getting to that point where I'm just slow. But yeah, I got the reference after. But it took him explaining the reference, which no longer made it funny. So I kind of felt bad for myself and tried to move on swiftly. And you're just highlighting my embarrassment. You shouldn't do that. Basically, I don't think it's a big deal at all. I think people just need to lighten up. I think people get offended by every little thing, and I don't think it's a big deal. I just thought I know it's going around at the moment, so I thought it was worth just having a short discussion about it because, you know, it is doing the rounds, and it is a hot topic at the moment. Oh, Stephen, enjoy. It's a good game. Enjoy. Well, the inevitable has happened with Suicide Squad, unfortunately. It's over. You know, we have more layoffs. At a time when it just seems like the industry is not stopping. But this one, I think, is a little different, right? You see, Devastator, I think this... I know everyone's saying they saw this coming, but I think this one is a little different. Because I see this over here. That's what makes this one a little different. Right? And so, here's why this makes this layoff a little different. I know the media's pushing the poor performance leading to the layoffs, but when a project comes to its end and, you know, work is done, the first team that gets gutted is QA. You know, when we, you know, in our height of busy periods during the, you know, the October time, when I was at Sega, we used to have like 900 people working there in QA. It's a lot. Almost like 300 people per shift. But the moment those projects were delivered, around 600 were let go. And they were down to 300. So I think this is actually signaling the end of the life cycle for, you know, the Justice League. I know they're working on another game that's supposed to be another Batman game, and that's way in, you know, off any form of QA. So I think these are being let go not because of the game itself. I guess if the game was still successful, they probably would have had to think, but I don't think it's because of the money lost. I think it's because they're winding it down. Hey, Wayne's World, how's it going? Oh, well, I wish you a good night, my dude, and I appreciate you stopping by. I don't know if they're working on a new Harry Potter, but that would be a different team to the Justice League, right? Every team has their own QA working for them. This is the Justice League QA. And, you know, when it says over half the quality assurance team has been let go, technically, if they had 3 quality assurance team members and 2 of them were let go, that would also be half of them are let go. Right? So, there's no numbers here, which makes this a bit more disingenuous and more kind of clickbaity news. So I don't think this is as big as... I mean, obviously job losses are always a bad thing, but this one just seems like a routine situation in the games industry, unfortunately. QA is always the first to be cut, which is why I eventually left. My role is QA, and the job security in QA is absolutely atrocious. Now, there are multiple other staff members that were let go as well, but again, it's not telling you anyone. I think the really bad one is this one. And I think there should, I think there should be laws to prevent this from happening. One member was let go during their paternity leave. That's out of order. That's disgusting. John, they may be, and they may already, they may be way off the, any form of requirement for QA. But I think this is awful. Letting someone go on their paternity leave. We can end with that, I think, yeah? What is the video? Which one is it? Devastator? The Kill the Justice League one or the Concord one? Concord one seems like it'd be today. No Harmon. Alright, yeah. That one. But yeah, so this one is a little bit weird to me because I've seen how it works in the industry. These layoffs here seem kind of routine based on a project winding down or downscaling. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, it's always bad when people lose their jobs, and I'm never gonna, promote this. Just like I said at the beginning, I do feel for the Concord devs, except for that one dude who was absolutely toxic on Twitter, so he gets everything he deserves. But the rest of them were, poured their heart and soul into it. And, in this situation here, I'm not happy people are losing their jobs. Not at all. But this one seems more routine based on the way the industry is run. Tailborn. Tailborn is 7 more days. It is a Xbox game advertised for Xbox, but in 8 days' time, it releases not on Xbox, but on Steam. And if you want to play it, you buy it. And you can play it on Steam. But if you're an Xbox customer, you gotta wait till next year. Why are video games more expensive to make? Make it simple. They're more expensive to make because of things like motion capture, orchestrated music. They've got more people doing story writing. Just the enormity of work that goes in has increased on staff members. So there's just a lot more that goes on now. So it pushes up the pricing. Inflation also. So there's a lot. Games don't cost what they cost back in the day when you were building an Atari game. So, when they take everything into consideration, they're paying for that staff. If you've got a team of like 250 people, each of them at 50 grand each, that's a lot of wages per year just for those people to build that game. And then you've got the whole motion capture stuff that you're going to do, because that's pretty much standard these days now. Then you've got the whole cinematic stuff. There's loads of costs that go into it that, balloon the price. So, but, Tailborn releasing first on Steam, how do you guys feel about that? I mean, back in the day, Diablo, yeah, not now. CEO Yoctony. Honestly, Stephen, if Concord released free to play, I think it would have done better. I think a lot of the faults that it was being compared about would have probably gone under the table because it's free to play. If you're charging for a premium product, you are going to be, judged by a premium product. If something is free to play, you're a lot more lenient because there's no barrier to entry. It's free to play. Obviously, free to play is subject to, microtransactions and all this and all that. But generally, if we're looking at the letter of the law, you can play the game for free. You don't have to ever spend anything if you don't want to. And you can play it and enjoy it. But the moment you put a price onto the game of that standard, you better be delivering something that's equal to or on par or better than the competition that's offering it for free. It doesn't matter if they're available for 10 years or 15 years. You're coming out as a paid product. You need to offer something that they don't, that makes you stand out, that makes you better than them. And if you're not doing that, you have a real problem because you are charging people £35, £40 for the game. And that creates an enormous amount of problems. Alright, so here's the final slide for the thing. I think my personal opinion on Tailborn, it should be available to Xbox users as well. I think Xbox users not getting Tailborn is a kick in the balls, but what do I know? So, Stalker 2, they came out saying that this game was going to run at 25 FPS. Apparently, someone at HQ turned around to the guy and said, what are you doing? Buddy, what are you doing? How can you go out and say that this game is running at 20 FPS? Quickly go and apologize. Right now, before I give it a hairdryer effect. Go and say it was 35 FPS so people can stop moaning. And so that's what they did. I mean, probably less than that, Stephen. Probably about 50. Don't forget, Ghost of Tsushima was 60 million. I will always refer to that game because Ghost of Tsushima is one of my favorite games. And that costing 60 million with marketing and everything, that's crazy. Forbes? What's happening with Forbes? This is Forbes.com. I'm guessing this isn't the Forbes we're supposed to be looking at. Wait. In a statement given to me by Microsoft representative, the company confirmed the delay of Black Myth Wukong is not due to technical issues. As we have said before, we're excited for the launch of Black Myth Wukong on the Xbox Series X. We are working on game science to bring the game to our platforms. We'd prefer not to comment on the deals made by our partners with other platform holders, but we can confirm that the delay is not due to the Xbox platform limitations that have been raised to us. Okay. That's in black and white. That there is in black and white, and I was wrong. And I'm happy to admit that I was wrong. That confirms it was money-headed. This statement reinforces my earlier reporting that the issue with Black Myth Wukong's delayed release on Xbox is not technical in nature and not because of some issue with the Series S, as many have speculated, as Microsoft is now saying outright Microsoft did not comment on any specifics of the deal between Game Science and Sony, but again, like their original statements, have pointed directly to the possibility when making a statement about the delay. See, unlike before, Microsoft didn't add this bit. This bit here, Microsoft did not add. Why did Microsoft wait so long to add this little section here? So yeah, Black Myth Wukong was money-headed. Money hatting is actually perfectly fine. Microsoft can do it themselves. They just choose not to. Chat, I need to be right back real quick. Be right back. Sorry about that, chat. But this raises a new issue entirely right now, doesn't it? Oh, I needed to go piss. But this raises a whole new issue now, right? Do you guys see what issue this raises? Oh, the PS5 Pro being on par with a 4090 is a fool's fallacy. That shit is not gonna happen. I know we didn't really touch on that in this stream, but that is the dumbest thing any pony could ever say. No, Gregor. The biggest issue here right now is on Microsoft. While they are happy to port their games over to PlayStation and give them everything, the whole slate, Sony is doing everything in its power to kill Xbox by preventing games going to it. And Wukong is now proven that it was money-hated. So if Microsoft continues to put games onto PlayStation, but continues to have games excluded from the Xbox platform, at that point, that pretty much tells you that they're giving everyone on the Xbox platform a middle finger. They need to stop this ASAP. Why did Game Science lie? Because of idiots like me. Because of donuts like me and Fonz. Edward, that's the answer. Sony is making 30% of every single one of them sales, and they're not even making the game. Sony is not losing money. Sony is making money. Sony is profiting off the success of Xbox games while making no effort into actually making the game themselves. This notion that they're not making money, they're making 30% of every single sale. They didn't build the game. They didn't pay for the game. They're not doing nothing to the game. Those games are just being freely ported over to PlayStation because Microsoft wants that 70%. But you as an Xbox customer are getting shafted. That's the problem. Don't care about Microsoft's coffers. Unless you're a shareholder, their coffers should matter nothing to you. But right now, while PlayStation is getting all of the Xbox games, they're also money-hatting third-party games, preventing them from coming on Xbox. And, Satya saying, thank you very much for your service. How about we give you more games so you are the desired platform to play on? No, Woodpig, you missed my point. The reason why I said because of people like me and Fonz, for example, is because that narrative is easy to latch onto. I still believe, at least a little bit, that's going to be difficult. But if Microsoft is confirming that 8 gig is enough, and that the Series S is not the issue, and that that's money-hated, then why is Microsoft feeding them more games while Xbox customers get less? Yeah, Stalker 2 runs at 30 FPS now on the Series S. And 60 on the X. No, but people are probably going to enable VSync if it doesn't hit above 35, right? And then it will just lock it to 30. I mean, if they can get the Series S to run at 40 frames per second with Stalker, then with VRR you can enable it and get much higher frame rates, right? So that's you know, at 35, then they're on their way to 40. Just needs to push it a little bit more. What do you mean a console, Diablo? I still think it's going to be a PC hybrid. Simple. I'm not saying for you to switch. I'm saying, how is Microsoft catering for you? Stephen, console gamers prefer to have a console. The hybrid just will give them more options. This isn't for the PC market. This is for the console market. So it means that any game that's skipping Xbox won't skip them anymore because you'll have options to buy it from another store on your platform of choice. Right? You'll have Game Pass on there. You'll have the ability to play your Xbox games on there, your back catalog on there. You'll have your existing catalog on there. And then you'll have games made specifically either for your platform or available through Windows. Oh, not through Windows, through Steam or something. So as far as an Xbox customer is concerned, that's kind of like the best of both worlds. You'll have access to everything. Maybe so, Stephen. I know it's going to, you know, change the console landscape entirely, but that's the way they're going. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well, Diablo. But the bottom line is, at the moment, since Microsoft has confirmed that it's being money hat, well, why are they still releasing games onto PlayStation if their PlayStation's doing everything they can to, you know, shaft their customers? But yeah, it's to me, Microsoft needs to now react to this. I know they won't, but they should. I mean, in Japan, they have, you know, an overwhelming majority over Xbox, but they're not counting the Switch. If they count the Switch, then Sony's majority goes down. They're looking at it as a 2-horse race rather than a 3-horse race. I mean, wasn't the traditional Xbox $500 anyway? I know the Series S was cheaper, but the X was way more expensive. I don't see them doing the X next time. I mean, the S next time. It is indeed. Just post this. But yeah, Stephen, at the end of the day, that is it looks like that's what Phil wants. Oh yeah, Concord has been delisted. Space Marine is a good game, Devin. PlayStation seems to have a lot of leverage when it comes to media. I think that's why Sony doesn't get the same pushback Microsoft does. Well, that's been a thing. The media will always praise and support the market leader. During the 360 days, they were all over Xbox because they were the market leader. They wanted the freebies from Microsoft. Once that that kind of leadership changed and PlayStation took over, it became a very, very different landscape. Basically, why is the game delayed on Xbox? Because Sony money hatted it. It's literally in the text. We'd prefer not to comment on the deals made by our partners with other platform holders, but we can confirm the delay is not due to platform limitations that have been raised to us. Basically, the Series S limitations that they're talking about, that is not it. There's no limitations there. They're saying that there is none. Now, if Microsoft's lying about that, that's a different story. Obviously, he's a little upset about this now because he was on Paul Tassi quite a bit. So this seems as legit as possible. But this is now saying that Wukong was money hatted by PlayStation. And that is not okay. And as Gaz is saying here, with the negative Concord news combined with positive Xbox news regarding Capcom Fighting Collection and this, karma is about to unleash on madness tomorrow on Xbox, isn't it? Halo Infinite cancelled, Forza Horizon 5 coming to PS5, Banjo-Kazooie game announced. Like at this point, I think Microsoft just needs to take the gloves off and say, right, piss off, but I don't think they've got the balls to do it. Oh, Stephen, yeah, 100%. I mean, it's kind of direct, but that's as direct as they're going to get without getting into legal trouble. So, because they didn't have the marketing rights. So you can have exclusivity, but not have marketing rights. That's a thing. And they didn't have marketing rights.
What's up, gamers?
But I guess that's going to be something for me to ponder over and make a video about tomorrow, but it sucks because Microsoft essentially is basically being used like a fiddle, and I don't think they care. Oh yeah, this is totally unacceptable. This is totally unacceptable what's happened here. I know it's part of the game. I know it's part of this, the whole third-party contract exclusive. And in a year where Sony has had no first-party games, really, they've money-hatted almost every third-party game they possibly could in order to keep their platform stocked. Where the hell was Xbox doing any of this? Why wasn't Xbox money-hatting anything? That wouldn't go against them against the regulators. You know? Steven, that's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question. Why aren't they? And they absolutely need to. But we'll see. Woodpit, the FCC can't really do anything here. This is Microsoft can walk in and say, look, if Sony's offering you, let's say, $10 for exclusivity, I'll offer you $15. Or maybe $20. Microsoft has the right to compete here. They are choosing not to compete. You know when Satya Nadella came out and said, if you want us to compete, let us compete. Well, they can compete. And they're choosing not to compete. That's their problem. I mean, there's that too, right? There's that too. But I think that's awful. Honestly, I think that's awful. But let's check out this from the DCG before we call it a day. Make it simple, yeah. I mean, the FCC is not a huge fan of Microsoft now because of their sites. But at the end of the day, Microsoft can go and make a third-party contract and they can't say anything or do anything because it's just that they're not buying the company, they're not buying the studio, they are just making a third-party contract. They can do it if they want to. Microsoft choose not to. And I just think that's not fair on their Xbox customers, because us Xbox customers are losing out. Now, if you're a multi-platform gamer, it's not so bad, but if you're only an Xbox owner and because, that's where you play your games, well, you're kind of being shafted. Anyway, let's make a start.
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast here, and today we're talking about Rocksteady Games and the mass firings after the failure of Suicide Squad to kill the Justice League. But additionally, I kind of want to talk about the state of the industry, because I feel like a lot of these layoffs, these firings, these studio closures, they come from a singular source, and I want to discuss that. But let's begin. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I see a lot of people kind of dancing on the grave of Rocksteady today because they just announced that they're doing a bunch of layoffs because specifically...
By the way, I actually tweeted about this as well. With Rocksteady's staff members being let go, I saw a lot of people saying good that the staff are let go. They're happy that people have lost their jobs. All this and all that. At the end of the day, the developers aren't the ones making these creative decisions, right? It's the actual higher-ups that are making these decisions. The developers just have to go with it. They're just told to create something, and they create it. Right? So, people should never be happy for people losing their jobs.
The fact that nobody bought Suicide Squad. I mean, I'm one of the rare people that actually purchased it, beat it, tried to like the game, and it's just awful. I mean, if you didn't see my review, short and sweet of it, it's a very, very bad game that I feel like actually disrespects not just the heroes, not just the villains, but even classic Rocksteady. Like, keep in mind, this is the people that made Batman super great. I mean, these are some of the best superhero games of all time. I love Batman comics, I love Batman movies, but I do think the Arkhamverse is some of the coolest Bat stories we ever got.
But again, this is the story that I was talking about earlier. When they say over half of the quality assurance team has been let go, there's no number quantifying it, right? So like I said, there could have been 3 members of staff and they let 2 of them go, so without any numbers, you just don't know.
And the fact
you don't understand why Warner Brothers wants to push Suicide Squad so bad, because if it's successful, it will make a metric ton of money.
That this specific studio pivoted into a live service game that managed to cost so much, take so long to make, and now completely implode because nobody cares about it. I think this is a state of more than just the game being bad. Over half the QA team has been let go. One of the people that was fired is currently on paternity leave, so that's extra bad. So this game apparently did so poorly, there's even some rumors that WB, Warner Brothers Games, technically owns the DC video game universe. There is talks that perhaps Warner Brothers Games may actually implode or start to try to sell off chunks of itself to stay alive because of how many hundreds of millions of dollars they lost making this. But a lot of the replies are like, okay, this game is absolutely horrendous. Maybe the decision makers are the ones that should be losing their jobs. You'll actually notice this sentiment coming up a lot, and
well, that's the thing, right? It's the decision makers that should be the ones that are on the chopping block, not the actual developers who are doing what they're being told to do. So I agree with that.
I'm actually super happy that people are blaming the correct people, that the individual developers, the passion artists, like, even if I do see a lot of hate saying these characters look dumb, I think that even though the art of this does look bad, and a lot of the choices I think are incorrect to me as a person that did actually engage with it, I think there is still a lot of individual passionate people that did their best, and the game utterly floundered because a lot of the people at the top are just pissed about this. A lot of the people at the top, there are some leaks that apparently the people at WB forced this to be made. They said, okay, live service games are huge. We need to have our own version of Fortnite. How can we make something that's going to have seasons and battle passes and microtransactions for these characters and skins and stuff like that? Just make Rocksteady do it, even though they have no experience with it. A lot of people are saying, okay, why can't you take a step back and recognize that forcing a live service game on a studio that has only historically done single-player games, it's not going to work.
I mean, it worked out for Anthem, didn't it? Right, chat? It worked out for Anthem. BioWare, who's historically a single-player studio, they did a great job with Anthem. I mean, I love the flying and the way it was. And I really liked the story. But they did a great job with that one, didn't they?
Fire the executives instead of the actual studio people, the people that are trying to continue to make games. Now, part of the reason I wanted to talk about this is because I do feel like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is a bad game. I mean, objectively so. There's a reason it flopped. It's not just because of the bad graphics and stuff. It is because, honestly, it's just not a good game. Even people that bought it here, people that are actually purchasing it and trying to play, oh God, I forgot they're doing more expansions to it. Even people that engaged with it with an open mind can objectively say the game is just not good. But I feel like part of the problem of Suicide Kill the Justice League is that it's made for no one. So I used to be very into business biographies. I'm going to do a bit of a tangent here, but I promise it perfectly ties into this. So I would read a bunch of different stuff about how they made Grand Theft Auto, the book about how they made Doom, all sorts of different stuff, but also a bunch of tech stuff. And I read the very famous Steve Jobs biography. It's good. Even if you hate Apple, it's a great taste of how big billion-dollar corporations are grown and investments and stuff like that. In fact, I thought the cover of the book was so good, I decided to reenact it in my own official headshots. Not my proudest moment. But my point is the fact that something that Steve Jobs talked about is instead of just chasing trends, he'd try and make them. There's like a famous quote where he said, I didn't ask anyone if they wanted an iPhone. Essentially meaning that, okay, no one had made a smartphone yet. Everybody had flip phones and had touch screens unlike iPods, but making the iPhone the first smartphone, it was a huge success because honestly, it was so innovative and advanced. I feel like the biggest problem with the industry as it currently exists, and the reason I feel like there are so many layoffs and the reason that so much stuff is about to continue to get worse, is because companies are chasing trends.
Yes and no. Companies are looking for that moneymaker. Everyone's looking for that moneymaker. But people are still getting rid of the fat that they brought on when we were in lockdown. And that's just a reality. You know, what happened when pretty much the whole world went into lockdown changed everything. How we consume media, how we, do everything else. And they employed a lot of people to keep up with that demand. At some point, it's going to slow down. But we're still seeing the effects of those years where everything was in hyperdrive for the development companies. They were pumping out games year after year, sometimes 2 a year, to keep up with demand because people had nowhere to spend their money, so they wanted you to spend your hard money on them.
companies are trying to not just make games, they're trying to make as much profit
That's it with it.
possible.
It's still
Instead of
correcting.
attempting to create passion projects that end up being profitable, they chase the
Not all passion projects are profitable.
trends. They chase whatever's big and cool in their minds, but game development continues to take longer and longer and longer. Like, I've made a couple videos now about the failure of Concord, and I'm a big believer in the fact that
Well, Ventura, I worked as well. Throughout the whole of the lockdown, I didn't take a single day off, right? And with the exception of when I actually caught the virus, and I was bedridden for about 9 weeks. Really horrible time. It hit me really, really bad. I think I was like out. I couldn't get out of bed for 9 weeks. But outside of that, I hadn't taken a single day off after that. I worked all the way through. Even when I caught the virus like 3 times after that, I still worked all the way through without a time off. But I had more income on me. I had more money to spend, so I was spending more on games. Now it's not, I don't spend as much because I've got other things to do because I go out. You know, I took the kids out for a meal the other day. It cost me 150 quid. During lockdown, you didn't do that.
That took 8 years to make. Officially, they've
Hey,
declared
Chille.
that they started development when Overwatch 1 came out, and Overwatch 2 is already dead at this point. The fact that they just chased that trend, they ran until they freaking died. Stuff like that, I feel like, is the problem with the gaming industry right now. So I decided to pull this up just for the heck of it. Here are the top-selling games right now. This is literally, I'm recording this today on September 2nd. Here is the top-selling games on Steam as I currently record
Warhammer!
this. Now, what you'll notice here is that the biggest games are free-to-play stuff that's actually good.
I mean, the free-to-play stuff has taken over the industry, in my opinion. They say it's free to play, but the microtransactions kill you inside. But the barrier to entry being free means that you might be willing to pay for that battle pass, or you might be willing to pay for that skin because you didn't pay for the game. And before you know it, you've paid for 2 skins, and then 5 skins, and then 10 skins. But you haven't paid for the game, so it's okay. You've spent like 5,000 hours in the game. You see how it's a spiraling thing. But free-to-play games are just, you know, they are really good now.
Like all my friends right now are addicted to Once Human, but additionally, I think a lot of these games, the biggest games, are either safe bets or stuff that is quirky and weird and passionate. Black Myth Wukong completely taking over the world. Let's scroll down here a bit. Stuff like Risk of Rain 2. God, I put so many hours into that. Red Dead Redemption 2, Elden Ring. My point is the fact that, oh my god, Squirrel with a Gun is way higher than I thought it would be. Also, I have some sort of weird settings on my thing where it keeps trying to block games that have possible titties in them. But Baldur's Gate 3, my point is the fact that these passion projects are stuff that's not just good, but I feel like the video game industry at this point craves uniqueness. It craves to have something that doesn't just feel like it's made in a lab or creation by committee. That's like a technical term where a lot of times now games
Devin,
aren't made by an individual auteur. They're made by a team of board members greenlighting the safest, profitable.
As you all know, I play a game called Terra Fantasy. I buy the Battle Pass every 2 months on average, and that's pretty much all I get, and I get like the monthly pass. But I've amassed a lot of money. But then there's this other guy who plays on both Global and CN, and he's spent like what, in the last 2 years, I mean since the 2 years since the game has been out, I think he's reaching about 50 grand on the game. To give you a rough indication of how much people spend on these free-to-play games, 50,000.
Margins they can possibly fathom. And to me, I think this is going to become an increasing issue, which is an increasing lack of passion, of actual stuff that's going to be cool and grab attention.
It's
like,
crazy when you think about it,
Chille.
Chille.
Is boring at all. I feel like it's going to instantly flop because to a big degree, I think the industry is just kind of hitting a saturation point. There are officially, measurably, thousands of games released every single year for Nintendo, for Xbox, for PlayStation, and tons and tons on Steam. And at this point, if you're trying to play something new, like not even the big catalog of cheap retro games that are still awesome.
Hey, Bags, I'll be honest with you, mate. If you can spend 50k on a video game and not be phased by it, it scares me to see how much money they're actually making. If you can spend 50 grand in 2 years on a video game and it's not bothering you in the slightest, we're talking millionaires or billionaires at this point, where money is literally not an object.
If you're trying to actively buy new games, if you're trying to keep up with the industry, doing that requires just playing so many games. But additionally, I feel like because of the onslaught, the ocean waves of crazy big releases and cool indies and stuff like that, I feel like if your game is not able to shout and be noticed, it's going to sink to the bottom. And I think a lot of people are saying that it's not even that Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is the worst game of all time. It's the fact that it's bland. And boring is a worse crime than anything else. This does not make me instantly feel engaged because, oh, look, it's Deadshot and Captain Boomerang and King Shark and all the people from Suicide Squad. This looks just too bland to be noticed over the 8 billion other games that are currently cheaper, more
rich
fun,
people
more
doing rich
played,
things,
more active, and honestly just downright better for a lower cost. This has been a rambly video because
it has, and you've rambled on, and it's just gone on, and it's been a pretty bad video. But ultimately, there's two things that I disagree with on this video. Number one, it's do I still have that? It's this over here. Over half the quality assurance team has been let go. It looks like Justice League is being winding down. If it's being winding down and there's no future work for it, well, the QA team that's been working on that game is naturally going to be downsized. That's the first, when you're looking at a studio or a game, the first sign of things going bad is when they get rid of the QA. Because that's the first to go. Because if there's no new content being made, if there's no new game development, if there's no new assets that need QAing, then that means there's no content coming for the game. The game itself goes into maintenance mode. So they've probably done everything they want to do with the game and said, right, we're in a position now where we can downsize QA because we don't need them anymore. Once you've done that, the next, look is for the dev team. Where's the support coming from? You've got the core dev team, and then you've got the support dev team. So the support then gets chipped away, and you're left with the core. That core is then taken off of Suicide Squad and placed on another project. And then they start that whole cycle again where they're doing the groundwork and everything else. And if they need more support, then they rehire for that support. But if they don't need it, happy days. So this just tells me that Suicide Squad is winding down. That's all it tells me. Chille, thank you very much for that £5. I am not rich, but I'll do this. I appreciate it, my dude. My car doesn't cost... Hey, Bags, you should join my Twitch stream one Monday and just check out the game I'm playing. You'll, the waifus will be worth it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You should join me on Twitch one day, on Mondays. What's this? Wait, your 5 is my $6.56. I know what country I'm not visiting. Yeah, the pound is stronger than the dollar, right? But yeah, in the end, I don't think this is the news people think it is. I think this is just an indication that Warner Brothers now have given up on Suicide Squad. They're winding it down to a maintenance crew. And they're going to let that maintenance crew either continue running whatever's left of the game, or move that team to another project and let the game kind of run on a skeleton crew. 1 QA or 2 QA, a few developers, a few backend, and that's it. You're looking like a team of 10 for a skeleton crew to keep the lights on. That's it, really. Oh, Chille. That was glorious days, because that's how I imported my PS3. I mean, I still contributed to your economy in your hour of need, but I got the PS. It was like £600 for the PS3 in the UK, so I imported it from the US for like 250 quid, or is it 300 quid, something like that, with shipping. Best purchase I ever made. How rude of you. Hey, I could look. At least I gave my hard-earned money to your country's economy. What more do you want? I helped you guys. But chat, that's going to be it. I'm going to make a quick video after this stream, probably talking about the Wukong. So if you're a member, you'll get it in the next hour, I guess. If you are not a member, you'll get it tomorrow morning in about, give or take, about 8 hours. So hopefully you'll enjoy that video. And then I'm going to crash after that video quite rapidly. But thanks so much for hanging out tonight, man. I really appreciated it. Overall, there were some discussions that we had that were quite difficult, and I appreciate it went okay. I was a little worried that it might not, and things might spiral a little bit. We didn't really touch on the 4090 for the PS5 Pro. I think people are really copium with that one, and it's going to be hilarious when reality slaps them in the face with a wet fish, because it is not doing a 4090. It doesn't even have a dedicated GPU. People are thinking, I'm seeing ponies talking that it's going to be the equivalent of a 7700 XT. Whatever they're smoking, they need to give me some, because it will probably at least help me sleep at night. But that said, though, that's the stream. I appreciate every single one of you for being here. Thank you so much for the super chats, for the memberships. It all really helps, and I always appreciate the support. And I will see you all next time. Tomorrow I'm going to be over at Twitch. So for those of you that want to come hang out on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/Chaos Lounge Streaming. So hopefully I'll see you there. Otherwise, I am going to see you all here on Thursday. So hopefully we'll have some more news. Oh, my voice is going. But that's it, chat. That is everything. Thanks so much, and I'll see you next time. Peace out and remain legend. Look out for that video. It's going to be a good one.